active member. I
They
just
just
knew
thought you
a
were?
lot of people that were clowns.
I was like, I did my own makeup today. I'm not trying to be a clown. Why do you?
Welcome.
Well,
With that tie, you're one of us. No, it was like every clown person I knew that was in a relationship with another clown.
Person. What life did you live before this?
I was a theater kid. I knew there was like a group, a subgroup that were all clowns.
Yeah, but why are you calling them clown persons? Aren't they just clowns?
They're clown people.
That's how they identify.
They're people too. Okay, they're not just clowns.
Right.
But all the couples would just practice juggling stuff and like tumbling each other, and they were always just practicing.
Come on.
their
That sounds
tricks.
awesome.
I
Are
know.
you kidding me?
And then I was like, let me learn. Like, we would just all get high and drunk, and then I'd be like, let me juggle the pins, and then I
would
couldn't
ruin
do
it. Yeah.
I would ruin everything.
I would pop all the balloon animals.
But they're always just practicing their like little couples routine.
That sounds exhausting.
It was great.
It's good to know there's a community if they're looking to date other clowns. Go to Clown Passion. Final one we give to Nellie, and then we have to move on. Nellie, this is your last chance to get these Mike M tickets. Don't worry, we have more pairs next hour. Are you ready to go?
Okay. Yes.
All right. I'm rooting for you, but understand this is not an easy game. Comfy. Comfy is the name of the app. Are you single but would rather stay in than go out? Comfy is for single people who enjoy sweats and takeout more than clubs and going out. Find your comfy mate today and don't go out tomorrow. Comfy.
Real.
Okay.
I mean, that seems like something that would exist now. Nobody goes out anymore.
Show me real.
Klein would definitely join that dating app. Never go anywhere.
Sounds amazing.
Just be in PJs all the time.
Agoraphobic dating.
It's like you're in a relationship, but not.
All right, well, congratulations to at least Austin and Michelle that scored their tickets to my camp. Fear not if you didn't win them. We got a lot more to give you. How many?
626 wanted you to do a Sandman Chalamet. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Listen, we'll do anything you ask for. We're just a bunch of dumb clowns here, Kara. Once again, they're not. Are they supposed to react at all or no?
No, they said at the beginning that they hear people's things and then they just say thank you. They said we're not going to comment on anybody's, but she did end up commenting on mine.
Here we go.
I've been disgustingly capitalizing on this for years, betting on the fact that most people will see a sign asking for money and pay for air without knowing their own rights. In their busy lives, they don't realize that not only is the air that we breathe free of charge, but so is the air in their tires, their pool floaties, and that one soccer ball that's constantly leaking air. But the true leak here is not our balls, it is our wallets.
Beautifully said.
Isn't it?
That's a great quote right there.
I want them to think about that.
That's your Rosie the Riveter right there. The true leak here, the true leak here is not our balls, it's our wallet.
Yes.
Let's get that made us immediately.
And as our local gas stations gouge their own community.
Wait, where's that weird accent just popping up from?
Well, I'm reading and I'm scared.
You're going to like a weird...
Yeah.
And as our local gas stations gouge...
Gas is spelled weird. I was looking on the paper and I was like,
and as our local gas stations gouge their own community by taking funds that are not legally theirs, profiting from misinformation and unclear messaging, it inflates the price of gas as well, while we inflate our tires and take some more. And what they are really inflating is their egos and their wallets.
Well, you know, this has become very, Allie, I think of like any of the great speeches that have been delivered through movies over the years. I mean, you almost needed... You should have brought like your own boombox with you and just given your speech.
This was my moment.
This was your moment.
I feel really good about what I
do have pictures.
Imagine how this would have sounded with this playing behind you now.
Is the law not sacred in the city? Is the city not meant to be a haven and escape from the corruption and hypocrisy of the big city? How can we protect all of us from draining our life savings on lies? I do have pictures as evidence, even though I can't really show them to you now, but they're on and they the air machines advertising a price alongside tap-to-pay card readers or traditional point slots. There are many, and in many cases I go in and ask them to turn the air on, and they do, but they just try and shoo me away, because they would rather I pay. But I shouldn't have to do that, and I'm here today asking to free the air.
Yeah, I'm freeing the air.
By asking that all gas...
Less than 20 minutes, you're back on that standby boarding list for Lumineers to Chicago. 714, appreciate the text. Speaking of dating apps, my boyfriend and I met on an app called Turn Up. where you are matched based on your music taste. We bonded
cool.
over our shared love of music, Klein and Klein Alley show. Look at that. Well, look at that. Our show has had a pretty good success record at people that have found each other that both listen, getting together and staying together.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, couples that meet us for petty claims court almost always end up breaking up.
Yeah, we cause relationships to start and we cause them to break up.
That's
It's kind of in the middle. Klein, when you take a nap, do you get into jammies? Or do you
No,
stay in your clothes?
I don't get into jammies ever since I was 8.
You don't get into jammy Kim?
I take my clothes off until I have nothing left,
Yeah,
and
but
then I
don't
get
you want
into
to
bed.
be cozy comfy when you do a nap?
No.
Every time I take a nap, I get in full pajamas.
You nap, you have like a premeditated nap like Jake does, or you just fall asleep? I just fall asleep with my clothes on,
I
sitting at
never
the table.
have time to just fall asleep, no.
So what?
I will, if I have time, I'm like, I have a 20-minute window, sometimes 30 if I'm lucky, to just close my eyes, get a little power nap, and then move on to the second part of my day.
And your jammies, like, obviously jammies?
Well, I've got, depends on the weather, I've got really, really big, thick cotton pants, and then I've got, like, the lightweight ones, and then I have one pair of little, like, sexy shorts that stay in the drawer.
What do you? Just out of curiosity, what do you consider sexy?
We switched. Yeah,
They're, well, you know that, like, washcloth material?
Terry cloth?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like that. But, like, pink and large.
Oh, hot. So,
But I don't want to, I don't feel like the nap truly counts if I'm just laying in my bed with, like, jeans on. It doesn't have the same effect. I don't feel like I'm really in the nap mentality. If I'm going to nap, I want it to be a good, solid nap. I want it to be like I'm going to bed.
that's crazy to me. You
Get
actually
in there with the covers and everything.
For what period of time are you doing
20
this?
or 30 minutes?
You'll change your entire outfit for 20 or 30 minutes? That seems so unnecessary.
Well,
that's crazy.
first of all, when I get home, what's the point of being in clothes anymore?
No, that
You're with
I
me
agree
there,
with.
right?
Taking off pants as soon as you walk through the door is like the greatest feeling ever.
Right, so I want to get comfortable. So if I'm going to be sitting there in my bed trying to sleep, I don't want to have a wired bra on. I don't want to have pants that constrict at all. I don't want to feel everything all constricting me while I'm trying to fall asleep.
But don't you think that keeps it? The problem with Jake is Jake takes a full-on, he calls it a nap, but it's like 4 hours plus. It's a full-on sleep.
It's just sleep until I wake up naturally.
Yeah, he just goes forever. Part of the reason I will, if I do get to nap, I'm wearing the clothes I'm wearing now, is because I want to be uncomfortable. I don't want to get too comfortable and sleep. I want to be.
Also, it's a nap of opportunity in my case.
Right,
It's
that's
like I don't get to nap every day. It's like if I have the opportunity, if I'm like dozing off, I am accepting that challenge and I'm dozing off with whatever I'm wearing.
Yeah, but even if I have that last-minute decision, I still am going to take my pants off and at least
You're
put
going to use your
sweats on.
last bit of energy to go change into another outfit.
That would like wake me up.
I
It takes
know.
30 seconds to take my
Take
pants
me
off
out
and
of the
put new
zone,
ones
out
on.
of that nap zone.
Omar's right. The only time I nap is when I feel like I have lost this battle to sleep. It's taking me over. It doesn't matter if I'm in my
So
car.
it's like I'm at collapse.
I'm in full-on collapse. I just close the eyes and I go. It's the last thing I do with my last breath. I go, Siri, wake me up in 23 minutes. And then I'm out. And then I'm out. And then hopefully that alarm goes off again. Or if it doesn't, I'm usually so uncomfortable based on the position I'm in, I get up myself and 20 minutes goes
Yeah,
by.
but Omar, don't you also try and work out instead of fall asleep?
I have done that in the past.
Have you seen him
but,
recently? He's not doing that.
Oh.
But yeah, good point. But also, no, like in the afternoon, sometimes around 2-ish or whatever. If I am totally zonked out, especially if I've had a long weekend, I will, accept that nap. I'll nap for about an hour.
And you'll nap in your phone.
So the verbiage is so fun. Nap, I accept your
I
challenge.
will accept the nap. Usually I challenge the nap.
Right.
Like, I am not a guy who likes naps.
like
I
nap
to
is
get
going-
stuff done.
I've slapped myself in the face many times. Like when I feel like I'm losing this battle
Oh, I
with
do a
nap.
space squeeze. I squeeze my whole face.
No back.
Really?
Yeah, I go.
And that helps you?
Yeah, I try and squeeze the whole face, and then when I open it, it's
Oh.
new. It's a new face.
You scare yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Scare yourself awake?
They go, oh my god, that's what I look like.
the face. Jake, you
But
put
if
on
I'm
nap.
in a nap, I want a full experience of the nap. I don't want to be able to not get too comfortable.
You put on nap jammas?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, my nap jammas are just like actually nicer clothes.
Then you
You
wear
get
out in
into
public.
formal wear?
Well,
You get into a
remember,
tuxedo?
Remember when we were in Vegas? I came downstairs and like Allie's like, those are nice shorts. I'm like, these are my sleeping shorts.
Oh yeah, Jake's like all backwards because the stuff he wears out in public looks like stuff that most people would sleep in. And
So it's like silk?
No, I don't know. They're like nicer like cloth shorts and then like a tank top.
yeah, he's got like better
Really?
sleep gear. Why did you walk out of your? Why in
Oh,
Vegas did you
gee.
walk around in your sleep clothes? By the way? That's weird.
Because they don't look. I mean, you can wear them wherever, but they don't have like a belt. They just have a drawstring. So that's the main reason why I wear them in the bed. So I don't have a belt on.
Well, the argument, people deciding that, in addition to the fact that this is an absolutely stupid conversation, that going to the full nap zone, Allie, is the only way. What you're saying is the right way to do it.
Yes, because I don't want to just doze off on the couch. That's not right. Because then I like half wake up and I'm not really in sleep mode. I need to go to sleep mode.
But don't you feel like most times when you get caught napping, or when you are napping, you feel like you need to be able to like immediately like pretend you weren't napping?
No,
because they're instantly judging you.
Right, right.
You know, that's how I feel. Like
I live in a sleep-supportive household.
Yeah, if I knocked on your door in the middle of the day and you answered the door in full-on pajamas, I would be like, what is wrong with this person?
No, I do. I have perfected just woke up from the nap voice if somebody calls me.
How's that
and it
go?
never works. Because I'm like, hello? And they're like, hey, did I just wake you? And I'm like, no.
We get all defensive. No! Don't look at me, no!
We all hear the radio. City of Aurora be required to add a sticker or an emblem that makes it well known to the public that this air is free, so as not to cause our residents to cough up their hard-earned dollars to these relentless, as I call them, gas holes.
Yeah, they bleeped me.
Oh, you got bleeped when you said gas holes?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they they silenced the feed.
Wow.
Yeah,
crazy.
I got the feed silenced.
Time of inflation and economic uncertainty, and a time where we're asked to tip for everything, including coffee, and as I recently learned, babysitting. Let's do the public a service by telling them about the few times that we do not have to pay. Thank you.
She's going to give an answer outside. Thank you.
What was it? What does that woman say? I think what?
So she said thank you. Then they said they're not going to comment on anything, right?
Did she say gayuge?
I think she's going to get an answer outside. Thank you, Denise.
Wait, is that lady British?
All right.
Yeah, our mayor's British. I had no idea.
Whoa.
You do not have any further speaker cards.
Everyone left. Everyone, Alice walked the entire room.
Yeah, I'm moving on to the council consent calendar.
Oh, well, that sounds fun. Well, listen, I can't believe you did it. I'm impressed you did. The video we're posting up, the photoshops have been unbelievable on our socials.
I got approached by a woman outside when I left the chambers.
For sex?
And this is what she said.
Hi, I'm the Chief Code Enforcement Officer. I honestly didn't know that the air was free, and I might be able to do something about it.
Whoa.
So she said, you told me you have pictures? I want to see the pictures. She gave me her email address. She wants me to send over all my evidence, and she told me that there is a summer leaflet that I might be included in, that she can let all the residents and the gas station owners know that they cannot be the owners, that they can't be grabbing us.
Yeah, no more guys. Allie's going to be in the leaflet. Dan, quickly, we are way behind. What's up?
Okay, hi guys. I'm a government teacher. Allie, I love your passion, but you're wrong. It's called Physical Professions Code 13651. Packages are only required to give you free air if you buy gas. That was passed in 99, took effect in 2000. Owners give gas air for free because they don't want to deal with your shit.
Onus. Get it straight, onus. So you're saying Allie's wrong?
100% legally wrong, yeah.
And what is your claim to fame? What is your credibility?
I'm a government teacher.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
They still shouldn't be putting $1.50 on there and all these prices when it's free.
I'm getting Allie's music up.
Take
so
that, government teacher.
We got to take I think what you did, I think you made a real difference.
I did make a difference, Klein. I could make it in the summer leaflet.
I am listening to this right now.
She's going to do something about it.
Cougars, you killed it.
Oh my gosh, Elizabeth!
The biggest difference Allie made was that all of these poor people were an extra 15 minutes late to their dinner that night. And that is the most important thing we can do. We have to take a break. We got your ADD news to get to in a moment. And if you have free air today, you have one person to thank. A bill that was passed in 1999, apparently.
No, that was I didn't do it again. That's what it was only that's what it was. Dude, she's so used to me now, she's not gonna be with me. It shouldn't have. Okay. Yeah, that's what it started as.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here, right now, for you.
Someone pushed the wrong button there. Somebody pushed the Somebody pushed the pause button. Uh-oh. Someone took that on the hand. What happened? Oh, none of this. It's the Bears. Oh no. That's what's wrong with it. I know it's really I know it. That is pathetic. Yeah, I think what it is, this is really, it's just a camera throwing it out.
Find out what's going on in the world. There's actually news, and it's happening right now.
Grab your Adderall. It's time for ADD News.
There are two big controversies going on right now in America. The release of the Epstein files and the taste of Coke. And both seem to be equally important. I'm happy to report, though, to anyone who does love the original taste of Coke, that it is not changing. Trump had said last week, oh, I talked to the people at Coke. They said they're changing the recipe. They're going to use cane sugar from now on. No more high fructose corn syrup, and it's going to be way better. And he didn't realize that that is the recipe for Mexican Coke. But apparently, Coke has provided an update.
Oh, are you serious? You didn't realize that? Everybody knows that. What a dumbass.
Yeah, I know. But it's funny because he'll probably change the recipe and then he's going to deport all the new Coke.
So here's what's happening.
This
Coke,
is American Coke?
yes,
Right.
basically. So what's happening is Coke is not changing their original recipe. They are now coming out with a new product that's only going to be sold in the U.S. that is with cane sugar.
Well,
so that you don't need...
Mexican Coke is far superior in taste
Yeah, but now they're
and in
saying
bottle.
you don't have to import it from Mexico. It doesn't need to be imported Mexican Coke. It can just be Coke, cane sugar version, here in the U.S.
Oh my God.
Don't we have real issues in this effing country? What is he doing?
And by the way, Omar is a Coca-Cola memorabilia collector. No one should care about this issue more than Omar,
Yeah,
who's
but
got
all of
hundreds
you love Coke. Vanessa loves the
Love it.
original Coke.
Love it.
Anytime we go down into the sound space, you guys raid the fridge, get an original Coca-Cola, and
So
you
good.
all
The best.
enjoy it. And I don't know how you feel about Mexican Coke. Do you think it tastes better?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hell yeah.
It is the best. It is absolutely better in every. It drinks better. It's got. I don't know why it feels like the carbonation is better. The flavor is significantly better.
Well, I didn't
And
realize
it comes in a glass bottle,
And that
by the way.
bottle's
Don't forget
awesome.
that.
That
That
bottle-
bottle is the best, yeah.
And
Everywhere.
I think that's a lot of it, though, is the glass bottle. I think it makes a beer taste better. I think a glass bottle always tastes better than a can, no matter what the beverage is. But I wondered, because the original Coke did have cane sugar until the 80s, and then they switched it out with high fructose corn syrup. So by coming out with this, they're kind of just going back to what the original
Well,
recipe
the
always
original
was.
Coke, I think, had a bunch of cocaine in it.
Hell yeah, it did.
That was
That
like-
was back in the good days.
Right. That was. Let's
Yeah.
bring that one back. Right, Vanessa?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right,
Vanessa
Trump,
loves
get
that.
on that.
Let's go ahead.
That's
Let's
American Coke.
Now we're
Yeah.
on to the serious issues.
figure that out.
So at the end of the week last week, there was this horrible explosion that happened that killed 3 LASD officers. It was a terrible thing. It was the deadliest incident for that department in 150 years, they said. So now they're providing some updates because they figured out that the LA Sheriff's Department had gone over to an apartment complex in Santa Monica where they found grenades that had been left by a previous tenant. So think about all your move-out process. Hey, I got to get all my stuff out. Oh, I forgot the Clorox because I had to wipe down everything before I left. Left some grenades in the apartment. They x-rayed them. They did their, whole deal. They figured out that the grenades were inert, and let's bring them back to the facility. Then when they got there, there was some kind of a transfer that happened, and that's when they exploded. And now they are searching, they're trying to find out the origin story of these grenades and who had them in the first place. They recently were searching a boat in Marina del Rey as they kind of figure out how they got into the apartment complex. And they said that the key is finding out exactly what happened in the moment of detonation. Because if they were inert, or maybe some of them were, some of them weren't, why did they detonate it in that exact moment when they had already determined that they were safe? And how were they handling them when they went off? It's an insane story.
It is. When that explosion happened, in the middle of the show, I think it was Friday, right?
Yeah.
It was obviously very sad. We didn't know what was going on. And, you never know if it's terrorists. You don't know what's going on. And then you get the details. I don't understand. I used to know a guy that was like a big collector of like classic vintage weaponry. Not working weaponry, but like, oh, this was an old musket. And he had a grenade that I think he bought at one of these, weird old vintage war things. And he found out somehow years later, after this thing was like sitting on his coffee table, that the thing was still active.
What?
Isn't that, he had an
Well,
explosive?
how do you, if you don't have like x-ray, they have a whole ass process
Right.
that they go through to determine whether or not these are live grenades. And even then, apparently, every once in a while, there's a discrepancy with their findings. Why would you do that to yourself and put yourself in a potential situation where there is a live grenade sitting in your house?
Yeah,
Badass.
That's like the kind of.
Because you live life on the edge.
Jake is the kind of guy that would actually have, like, I know he's got like weird, like, he's got like basically a corpse. He's got like an infirmary for animal corpses. Is pretty much what he's talking with.
Those are harmless because they're dead.
Those are pre-dead, but I feel like Jake is one move away from also wanting to have like weird grenades on display.
So you would have the risk in your house just for the moment of looking at a grenade and going, cool.
Yeah, you get that, you get a sword, get all sorts of
See,
stuff.
Jake's like that guy. He wants it all.
I mean,
like,
a sword won't explode in front of you.
No, but it's
That's
like
the kind of sword I want.
Jake wants one of those big exploding swords.
It's also a grenade sword.
Yeah.
That's badass.
This is from the future. Don't ask.
All right, 40% of people who have dogs say it is the best part of their day when they walk through the door and see their dog again. But what did your dog do all day while you were gone? Did you leave on a show for them? A lot of people do that, and they just did some research to determine what kind of content your dog likes or does not like.
This show right here, dogs love us.
You know, my friend puts on this show and K-Rock for her dog every single day when she leaves, and I wonder if that dog is living a life of misery.
Probably.
I mean, they have to just listen to us go on and on and on, or maybe they hear us so much that it's relaxing to them weirdly and they can fall asleep. But they said that dogs showed heightened interest in programs that featured other dogs or other pets like cats or wild animals. That was the number one where they determined that was their most heightened interest in those types of shows. But I didn't know if it was interest because I love watching this or interest because I have so much anxiety that there's a lion in my house.
It's probably a combination of both, but I think they like looking at things that kind of resemble them a little bit. Hey, shout out dogs. This is for you. This is for you, dogs. There you go. That's for you. Shout out.
Yeah, but you said you now leave the window open for your dog just so they can see.
Look at outside.
Look at outside and see cars and squirrels and whatever.
But not on Wednesday, not on Trash Truck Day. Keep it closed. Freaks my dog out.
But so I wonder then, what is interest versus just anxiety? Like, do you think every time a car drives by, your dog is like, oh my god? Or are they like, hey, this is cool and interesting?
I think dogs have a very short attention span, so I think they're like, oh, that's so cool. And then they're like, oh my god, I hate that. I forgot I hate that. Like, oh, that's cool. I think they're just constantly moving around.
Dog, too. My ex's dog, you couldn't watch a show with horses on it because they'd go crazy.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean,
figure that out.
I've got that weird screensaver thing on my TV where butterflies start flying around, and my dog will, wherever it is in the house, will freak out and try to attack the TV whenever there's butterflies. But I think it's the sound more. It's like that chirping of the butterfly, whatever that stupid sound my TV. And the dog hates it, freaks out, tries to attack the TV every time.
I love it when dogs have a random specific thing that they.
Klein Alley Show. 106.7 KROQ FM in HD Pasadena, Los Angeles, Orange County. This is the world famous K-Rock.
As promised, I'm looking for you. Call it 20 right now, 800-520-1067. Let's send you to Cedar Lumineers right here at the Kia Forum, August 8th, and then potentially again in Chicago. Write your name on the standby boarding list so you can be a part of K-Rock's Road Trip USA. Already up to band number 3 and destination number 3. That will continue through the remainder of the summer, so get your way into these shows, and all you got to do is be on the phone now. I am Klein, that is Allie, that is DJ Omar Khan, you got Jake Z Nerd. Jake, did you pick up garbage on the side of the road yesterday to bring to your shack? Is that true?
Garbage, it was art.
Oh,
Yikes.
boy.
That's what hoarders say.
It was
framed art.
It was on. I thought you picked up a hot plate off the side of the road.
No, I almost picked that up too, though.
Oh
but
my.
I have a hot plate already.
What was the little voice in your? Oh, so it's just a little voice that said you have a hot plate already?
Yeah, I don't need numerous hot plates.
You have a hot plate you picked up on the side of the road last week. You don't need to pick up another hot plate on the side of the road.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be some hot plate hoarder like a weirdo.
How often do you pick up stuff on the side of the road?
Whenever I see it and it's cool.
Huh.
This is good. This is good stuff. This is a good neighborhood.
Did you drive through the neighborhood intentionally to pick up stuff off the side of the road?
It's the way I go every day, just to cut through off of Highland.
Oh yeah, you just kind of go, you weave through those neighborhoods. Those have some really nice houses.
Dude, the TV they had on the front lawn was massive.
You sure they weren't just moving?
I'm pretty sure. It was just 3 things. It was a TV, it was the hot plate, and this piece of art.
Maybe some people are so afraid of being robbed now that they're just leaving their valuables on the lawn.
This is what I got.
Just
if you're looking
take it.
If you're looking for jewelry, don't break some windows.
It's like leaving your car unlocked. Just take whatever you want. I don't want you to break into my house.
See, I'm convinced, Jake, that this was not a just drove by and people had stuff that they went to put out there. Like usually people
It was like propped up against like the light pole. It was totally there to be trashed.
Ali, remember that time I took a desk? I thought a neighbor was giving away a desk, and then they put a sign up asking if anyone had information on their stolen desk.
And then you had to go return it?
I had to basically take it out in the middle of the night and put it right back where it was.
You had to like reverse rob and be all stealth about it.
I couldn't believe when the thing was for free because it was just sitting there, just like Jake said, on the side of the road. And
but if it's by a telephone pole, then if it's leaning up against a telephone pole, then it's no longer...
What, leaning on a telephone pole means free?
Yeah, when you lean it on a pole, it's not yours anymore.
A pole, a tree, anything.
But what if you're moving into a house? You got arrested somewhere.
But yeah,
Jake?
those are not going to be moving to a house items.
All right. Well, anyway, Jake's the proud new owner, guys, of an almost new hot
So
plate.
you did you take the new TV?
No, it was actually too big to fit in my car.
Hey, Jason, I got good news for you. You are caller 20.
Nice, let's go. Net bangers.
Net bangers represent. Appreciate you watching the show as we are streaming live on YouTube right now and listening on K-Rock as well. You've got yourself tickets to go check out Lumineers. Congratulations, and potentially we call you back on Monday and give you the even better news. You'll be traveling to see them again in Chicago. That's on us. Technically, I think the band covers it, but we'll go ahead and take the credit. Regardless, you won't be paying, and that's all that matters. Audio Slave now, then a brand new hour of the show can commence on K-Rock. Al, you don't have to worry about this yet because your kid's too young. So if you want to try to have sex with your wife and he's awake, you don't have to come up with a story as to what you're doing.
I would never have sex while my kid was awake.
Really?
What are you talking about? What if he's downstairs and you get in the mood? You guys are upstairs.
He will come up. Mommy or mama is spoken every 4 seconds. There's there's not going to be a 5-minute window where he needs nothing.
Yeah, tablet time, TV time. Elmo, you're in charge.
You know what? Actually, last night for the first time, it was Switch time.
Oh, you gave him the Switch? You gave Blind Charlie Switch?
You downloaded a bundle.
Never too
Got
young.
him addicted early.
Did they just put out a thing yesterday that said you shouldn't give kids stuff like that till they're 13 if you want them to like grow up normal? So Allie decided 3 is the right age.
No, I didn't make the decision, actually. Katie said I downloaded a bundle of things, and I said, isn't he too young for that? And she said, they're educational. And I was like, all right.
My kids, they're still young, but they used to just be, I would put a show on, and I would, that was like the kind of the sign. If the show was on and I put peanut butter in the thing for my dog, that was like the international sign that my wife and I were going to sneak away and try to have sex real quick. And it's pretty quick. It doesn't take a lot of time. But now they're starting to ask questions. They lost TV because they got in trouble for something. So I took away TV, which was a stupid mistake on my part, because then when she said, hey, you in the mood, I was like, I'm ready. Let's go. I'm always in the mood. I said, don't ask that question. It's a waste of time. That's time I could be plowing. We don't need to ask this question if I'm ready.
That's romantic.
That's what I said. She goes, well, they can't watch TV. I go, yeah, put on a show. She goes, you took it away from 45 minutes. We can't give TV now. I didn't realize sex was on the table.
Well, yeah, but you're not supposed to say like big things like that, right?
I don't know. You know me. I get in the moment. I just start getting real thrilled. So I said, I will go. I said, girls, I'm going to go upstairs and shower.
What an announcement. And they're all like, please.
Do you normally announce your shower?
I am going to shower. Again, I will not wash my jelly.
But I wanted to let them know I'm going to be unavailable for anywhere for the next 90 seconds to 4 minutes.
Don't they tell you that you're in the bathroom all the time without announcing any? Like, you're always just in the bathroom hiding.
But if I'm in the bathroom hiding, they're always it's like a giant game of hide and go seek that I don't want to be a part of. But they're constantly looking for me, and it's nonstop yelling. Where are you? Where are you?
See, that's what would happen to me if they were awake.
So I want to make it clear, I will be in the shower. And then I figured I'll escape, and then my wife can figure out plan B, which is keep them occupied, and then meet me up there.
Oh, so you were going to do separate excuses.
Yeah, you can't leave together. Then they would know something's up. And she goes, and this was her quick thinking, I'm going to help him because he hurt his toe.
Oh, my God.
That was the best she could come up with.
So unbelievable is that she would help you with anything.
Yeah, right. That already, the kid's like, you don't help him. So she goes, I'm going to, like, in the worst acting I've ever seen, she goes, I'm going to help him because, Daddy hurt his toe.
Like, how is she supposed to theoretically help you?
Then I would have trouble in the shower.
Hold your hand and...
Well, they've seen me, like, hobbling. They've seen me hobbling around the last couple days. They know, like, my foot's all banged up and everything. So that was the big plan. And then the kids go, oh, we can help him, too.
Oh, great.
Oh, no.
So then I'm like, God damn it. I'm not going to have sex.
So now you're being helped.
So now...
by 3 people.
And I go, I hear this as I'm walking away, and I can see the sex is about to happen, is now about to not happen. So I'm like, I don't need any help with the toe. I'll be fine. Everyone just stay and figure out. I go, maybe girls make me a get well soon card. I thought that would keep them busy for a while.
Oh.
And then I said, come on. Then I need you up here to help me figure out how the shower works.
What?
We're like,
why are you guys so stupid with the shower?
I don't know. And then she's like, I'm coming. And I was like, you won't be saying that again in about 5 minutes.
Oh,
and she came up, and the kids, they stayed downstairs, and we closed the door and then locked the other door. And then 2 different doors separated. And then we proceeded to have not great sex, but because I knew I was on the clock, and I knew.
See, that's why I'd never want to do it while they were awake, because I'd be too worried. I wouldn't be able to get out of my head about that. Like, you feel rushed. I don't want to feel rushed. You like that part?
Oh, yeah. That's all I got. I mean, even when I'm not rushed, I feel like I'm rushed. She'll say to me after, you weren't rushed. What happened? I was like, I thought I was rushed. I felt rushed. And so it ended, and then they were waiting at the door. With the card. They didn't hear anything.
With the card?
With the card that said, get well soon. Hope your toe feels better. And it was a beautiful moment. But I said to my wife, you got to get better at your excuses now, because now they're starting to, like, it's not like they just Soon enough, they won't care. They're pretty. At some point soon, right? Like Omar, I feel like your kids wouldn't even care. I'm going to go over there. They go, bye. I don't care, right? Like at some point
they don't care. Yeah, they're doing activities downstairs or whatever.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Now they.
So you have sex while your kids are awake, Omar?
Yeah, for sure.
He just did it on the balcony at his hotel room. Kids were inside the room.
Yeah, well, in that regard, they were asleep because there was there's no locks on the doors.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, see, I would wait till they're 6, and then I have more time. We can do foreplay. Like, there's no...
foreplay?
I'm not like, let's go now. We got to do it now. We have a 5-minute window. I would rather just have a leisurely sex time.
No, but if it's morning time, I know the kids are up or whatever, but, you just lock it up and you're all good.
Lock it up. Allie, don't you wish you were heterosexual when you hear stuff like this?
Lock it up. More room for plowing.
You said it.
I miss it.
K-Rock Road Trip USA. Your favorite K-Rock bands and destinations all across the country. Stop 3. Take a selfie with the Beat. Join the mob. Or at least the walking tour version. Survive a Cubs game, a lakefront wind gust, and a deep dish pizza. All in one afternoon. When you see the Lumineers in Chicago. Listen every hour from 9 to 6 and win tickets to their show at the Kia Forum August 8th. And you'll get the chance to see him again in Chicago. Courtesy of Messina Touring Group and Dual Tone. K-Rock to win.
What's up? This is Wesley from the Lumineers, and you're listening to the world-famous K-Rock.
If you are hurt in an accident, and I hope you're not, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away. And then call the attorneys at Sweet James. Hi, it's Klein, but you know that already, or you don't care. So often, people get hurt, and their busy lives prevent them from getting checked out. Am I a terrible person because of something I tried to do to salvage Mother's Day yesterday? Allie, here. And I ask you, and I know you probably, Omar's going to say I'm a terrible person, regardless of if I even tell the story. You, Allie, will potentially have my back. You're the only one. Everyone else, you want to hide the finger? That's what I wrote on the card.
You've got my back.
She didn't like it.
I don't know what you're about to say, but I do know that you were working very hard in Vegas to try and have something set up.
I had a thing set up.
So I even without knowing what it is, I kind of do have your back because I know you were making an effort.
Did you end up flying out earlier too on Sunday morning?
So that we could be with our families.
We ended up doing maybe the greatest sacrifice you can do, and I include anything a soldier's ever done.
Waking up still drunk.
Waking up at 4 or 5 a.m. to get on the first flight out so you can get back. I mean, I'm telling you right now, listen.
That's love.
That means that even just knowing you have that thing hanging over your head, there's nothing better than that later in the day flight out of Vegas where you're like, great, I'll wake up at my leisure, I'll have a nice bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich.
Yeah, the only clock that's ticking in your mind is the checkout clock. Got to check out by 11.
Just got to be up by 11, or better yet, do that thing where I call and go, check out, and they're like, they go like, what'd you say?
All right, fine, just room service.
And you go, no, okay, I'll just eat chicken fingers. That's a good. I like that compromise with the extended checkout call when you work at a hotel because they're so locked in. Every once in a while, you get someone that has a little gray area, but usually they're like, there's nothing we can do. Checkout's at 11. We are fully committed, and people have to be in the room, and they got to start cleaning it right away. But you know that's not going to happen because they got a couple carts per floor, and then you kind of do that whole. You play hardball with them, and occasionally they're like, all right, 11:30, and you're like. It feels like
you got like, oh my god, I have 30 extra minutes. I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Yeah, it feels so. You're on the phone with them 3 hours to get that extra 30 minutes. Totally worth it. So I decided I had some reservations for dinner for yesterday, which are not easy to get. It's like Valentine's Day. I don't like doing it because it's like you feel like you're kind of a sucker.
Of course, yeah, and then the prices are always double or triple, and then there's even less options. If it's a brunch, absolutely, there's like 3 things on there you can pick from.
If any restaurant is offering some sort of something with mimosas, you just got to go somewhere else because you can tell they're really going to stick it to you.
As a mom, I just want to say I hate mimosas.
Good. Let's put an end to that. So I had some dinner reservations, and I never make just one. You would think one is more than enough, but I don't know.
You had some backup ones.
I don't know what you're gonna be in the mood for. So I want a couple different styles of food.
Wait, what? What are you doing with your life?
Yeah.
Why don't you just ask your wife, hey, where do you want to go on Mother's Day, and then make the reservation for that place?
I should have done that in retrospect.
Okay.
I just said.
What are you doing here? How many reservations?
3. I had 3.
3?
Yeah, and all
at different times or all
Holy
at the same
crap.
time?
all different times, Allie, because I didn't know that was why I did it that way. I said I don't know if she's gonna want to go to kind of one of those like early ones where the kids are involved. You know, I guess you got to bring the kids. It's Mother's Day. She's not my mom. She's my wife.
Yeah.
So I did an early one, and then I did a slightly later, but then I did like one that was quote like she would think was like a special. You know, certain
I
restaurants.
wish she had said she wanted to go to all 3.
Is your wife the type that likes it, a day all about her? Because there's, some wives that are like, just a quick dinner in bed. I'm all good. Let's get about our own business.
Here's how every woman is.
Go on.
They.
Can't wait to hear this.
I'm gonna stop my sentence.
I would love to go down on you for Mother's Day.
No. That's right. No, it's all the same. Here is I'm not going to give you anything I want. You try to figure it out, but whatever you figured out is not exactly what I want, so now you have to
not true.
Improvise and come up with a plan B or C.
You're talking about your wife specifically.
Okay, that's
because
how she
the people that I know, several of my friends that are in fights with their husbands today and all through yesterday because they did not even say Happy Mother's Day to their wife.
Really?
No, nothing. Just a regular ass day, and also, I'm tired. Can you clean up? Can you do this? Can you do that? And they eventually were just like, F you, dude. It's Mother's Day.
Do they have kids or no?
Yes, they have kids.
Because I mean, not all women get to celebrate Mother's Day. Can we be honest with that?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a lot.
You mean like every woman, even if they're not a parent?
Well, I'll put it this way. We had someone that reached out and said that they were doing something special. And we're like, does she have kids? And my wife's like, she has 2 dogs. I'm like, that doesn't count. She doesn't get Mother's Day. 2 dogs.
Absolutely not.
What is that about?
So what, she's taking herself out, or she was expecting everyone else to join her?
No, she was doing something special for herself because it's Mother's Day and she has 2 dogs.
Well, I mean, no one else is going to do it.
Didn't our boss send an email over the weekend?
Oh, I saw that. To the fur moms or whatever.
Oh,
the furry moms or something like that.
I'm sorry, there's no fur moms that are included in this, dude. No, it's way more difficult to raise a human being.
So long and short of it is, I land yesterday. I get back pretty early, and I think to myself, between the airport and my house, I'm going to probably see 50 people on the side of the road selling flowers, which is great because all I got to do is buy some flowers. I didn't see anyone selling flowers yesterday, and I was like, I gotta.
That's crazy because there were so many on the way to the airport on Friday.
I saw them everywhere.
Oh my god!
I don't know how I couldn't see them, and I kept going. If I turn down this street, there's got to be someone selling flowers. Got to be someone selling. No one stopped at a place that had flowers. They said everything they had there was reserved already. Every flower was reserved. So I said, is anyone not going to pick them up? Can I buy a?
Why didn't you make a reservation for those?
I made all the wrong reservations. got my chem tickets to give you in moments, but we're also going to give you the gift of living forever. We got a brand new old people secret to share with you. The old people, as soon as they turn 100, 500, 607, or in this case, 176, Allie. Listen to this.
Our town, Elkader, is 179 years old.
179, excuse me. She's even older than that. That's amazing.
She named after a town? What was that?
Arkin, what the hell is this woman's name? Arkin Altader?
Our town, Elkader, is 179 years old.
That's old.
Our town, Elkader, is.
What are they doing? There's nobody that old.
This woman is, dude. This is the story.
179?
Arkin Alkader, 179 years old. She's going to tell us her secret.
But then,
This is a town.
I remember that there was some kind of a rumor where there was a woman who was almost 200 years old. But I think they couldn't verify her age with her birth certificate.
remember that-
I
remember
think she just went around telling people she was that age.
No, there was a dog, remember, a couple years ago that lived till 50. Remember that whole story?
Yeah, but didn't they debunk that?
No. Real dog, 50. This woman's 179. She's about to tell her secret for it. Listen to this.
Our town, Elkader, is 179 years old.
Oh, Jake said it's not a woman, it's a town.
There we go.
The town is 179?
What else could it be?
I thought it was the woman. That's why I pulled this
Thought her
one.
name was Our Town?
Artin. It sounds like an old lady's name. Artin Alkader.
Art and I would believe as a name back then.
I could have sworn I
I'm
had a
like,
secret.
sure.
I was so excited to bring this to you
Artin.
guys.
There you go.
179. Anyway, it's time for an old people secret. Here we go.
From chicken brain to drinking rain, not getting laid. They call me the barmaid.
They call me the barmaid.
That's right. Let's live forever with sweet dibbits.
Sweet
dibbits. Time for some old people secrets.
Well, I think this woman's 179, but don't take my word for it. Listen to the story. If you want to live forever, old people secret time, then you're my chem tickets.
Its oldest resident is 105. That's March.
Oh, I guess I could have listened to that part of it.
Yeah.
All right, well, okay, so the town's...
Listening or reading past 5 seconds is not your forte.
Yeah, once I heard the first part of it, I said, guys, we got a 179-year-old.
Let's do it on the air.
Let's do it.
That's Marge Costigan. Don't let that age give you the impression she's slowing down.
I am 105.
79. You heard? She's 105, this woman, still very old, and she's got to say, listen, let's not poo-poo that. I mean, 105 is still impressive.
Yeah.
Not 179 impressive, but it's still impressive.
And I was born on December 8th, 1919.
Marge Costigan was born right in our town, Elkader.
Oh, so it is a town. Jake, you're right. It's a town.
Wow.
She's from... some people thought it was a woman, too.
What are the
Anyway, it's a town. It's not her name, Artin.
Just wasted minutes talking about
I haven't
107.
moved very
She has so few minutes left. We wasted so many of them.
that's
So anyway, she grew up in this town called Our Town. Okay.
I haven't moved very far because I was born 2 blocks down the street. 1919 was the end of World War I.
And this is where the old people love to talk about all their memories, but all the memories are super sad and depressing.
History lesson. The history's never fun.
It's never fun, and it makes you think
Everything
that...
was great back then.
Right, but it's everything there. Well, listen to this.
Those big moments you read about in history books.
As a kid, I can remember the Dust Bowl. It was hot, no air conditioning anyplace, dust in the air constantly.
Marge lived through them.
And then, of course, we went through the Depression.
Yeah.
But we didn't know there was a depression because we had a good time.
Oh,
There you go.
There you go.
There's
This
pop.
old biddy is with it, though, man. Most of the time, it's the reporter recounting everything. She's recounting it on herself.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
And you know, I'm proud of her for living
This
through
old
all
biddy. Beautifully said, Omar.
in this old town.
This old biddy's with
I
it.
mean, it's pretty amazing that she's still alive. Like back then, you died of like a hangnail.
Oh, yeah, and she went through it all. I mean, depression, the Dust Bowl, no AC. I haven't had AC for a week. I'm barely hanging on. I mean,
Yeah, you're
Next
on
week
death's
you'll be
door.
dead. Oh my God, I never hear the end of
I
it.
had 2 more days of this.
Here's what happened today. Guy climbed on the roof.
I got a guy up there right now, so we're going to solve this problem eventually.
All of our friends were welcome at the house.
She went to the University of Iowa the same time Niall Kinnock was there and took the same class on airplanes with him.
Somebody popped her head and said, I said, what's for today? And I said, a test. That was my claim to fame.
She's making stuff up now.
That
She
story
lost her way and now she's just making
Is
stuff up.
what is just a
And they said,
typical-
what, Granny? It's a test. And that's my catchphrase.
That's her catchphrase. Listen, if
Okay.
this woman's really lost it. Listen to this thing she said earlier.
And you know,
I mean, listen to that. That's just crazy.
Yeah, that's me at a very young age.
That's
very young.
Allie, try to tell the difference between Allie and this 105-year-old. This was Allie earlier today in the show.
And you know, you do. You know what I mean?
We do?
Yeah.
So
if I
anyway,
pause long enough, you'll finish the sentence for me.
the woman goes on.
You didn't dare have a car because you only got a couple gallons of gas a week. You got one pair of shoes maybe a year. Sugar was rationed, meat was rationed.
Just like now, meat's rationed again.
Yeah,
it's so
that's
expensive.
true. Actually, it's pretty much the same.
In a moment,
just the prices
she's going to tell us what her secret is, but we're just getting a chance to know her before she lets us all also live forever.
But that wasn't so tough.
She's seen a lot of changes in her life.
Believe me, there have been a lot of improvements in my lifetime.
And maybe figured out the secret to a long life.
All right, place your bets. What's her secret? She is 105. Potentially 179, we're not sure. But either way, she's very old, and she has a secret that she thinks will help you live forever. What is it? Allie.
I think that she grows her own food.
Grow your own.
She probably got good
corn.
at it, you know, living in the Dust Bowl or whatever,
right.
in the Depression.
Mm-hmm.
She said they were happy and everything was fine, so I bet she was growing her own crops and living the best life.
Omar, what's her secret?
Yeah, I'm going to... Man, this lady's, even though she had, you know, that brain fart there, I think for the most part she's with it.
Shut up!
That was Allie's brain fart.
I think she's going to... it's going to be reading. So her mind stays sharp.
All right, interesting. Jake, what say you?
She's going to have one bottle of beer a day.
Warm bottle of beer a day?
One bottle of beer a day.
All right, and finally, Vanessa.
Eat it like a bird.
All right. Beautiful.
Because of the rations.
No, we get
got it.
That's smart. You live through rations. You start eating more responsibly. Except
I know,
for
your stomach shrinks when
right.
you're starving.
Most of the country's all overweight and dying early, and this woman maybe has got that ration diet going.
Yeah, dude. She's like, I just have a little meat with sugar on it, and I'm good for the day.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but two of you are right.
It was me. It was her.
Listen to this.
A small beer. I am reading the best.
A small beer and reading.
What?
Whoa.
She's reading a book right now.
It's been on for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's We the Presidents. A review of all the presidents.
Oh my God, that sounds terrible.
Jesus, I hope it's over 250 pages.
God.
She gets credit.
And then there was Carter.
That chapter. So there you have it. If you want to live forever, you got to have a beer and a book. That's your secret. Old people's secrets.
We'll just add
Alley's
good
show.
book.
On KROQ. Alley Show. I think Sunday upcoming could be the greatest day of the week because you got My Chem at Dodger Stadium. We'd love to give you some tickets right now. If you are caller 20 at 800-520-1067, those tickets are yours. We've got a ton more tickets to give you. We'll do that all week long until we get as many of you in there as possible. But earlier in the day, from 10 until noon, you're going to come hang out with us at Randy's in Inglewood, the original Randy's, giant donut. Can't miss it. Iconic giant donut on the roof. And we'll be giving away free donuts and Naked Gun screening passes, playing some games, got some K-Rock prizes as well. So 10 to noon with us in Inglewood, Randy's Donuts, and then over to Dodger Stadium for some MyChem. What a day Sunday could be for you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people, there's going to be a lot of nakiness, and there's going to be a lot of donuts.
So it could be potentially one of those epic days. You look back on 2025, you go, I remember there was a lot of things that were not great that year, but that one random Sunday in July, it all came together.
I'm going to bring a flask and do the whole drunk before noon thing.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Great. That'll go great.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Someone give me a ride home, by the way, from that?
No, you're going to walk. That would be fun. We'll give away those tickets and we'll wrap up the show with some takeaways from everything that we got into. Continue sending us pictures of terribly parked cars you come across in your daily lives. You have to officially submit. A lot of people sending them through Instagram, which we greatly appreciate. Please keep doing that, tagging us. But if you want to get involved and win yourself the ultimate prize, the Park Week prize pack, you have to submit legally, and that is through krock.com/parkweek. Any car you find parked poorly, take a picture. But please also continue to tag us at Klein Alley Show.
Yeah, we got one submission that looks like an actual just car accident. You know, a person like pulled up way too much and then basically front-ended them.
The two cars smashed together. Yeah, I know.
Like, what do people... And then they just get out of their car and walk away like, that's good.
These cars are legitimately touching.
This is a car accident.
This is bumper to bumper. And they go, that's...
well, into CVS I go.
We'll need to move that one.
Unbelievable.
Let's say hi to Johnson, Garden Grove on K-Rock. Good morning.
Hey, Klein Alley, what's up?
How you doing? You are caller 20. You're going to go see MyChem on Sunday, all right?
Great, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you so much for checking out the show. You know what? We got extra. Hey, Vanessa, how many pairs do we have left?
We now have 35.
35 pairs left?
Yes.
I mean, 5 minus 40, right?
Yeah.
Well, we started off with, you guys know that.
It was a 40 minus 5.
I love that you ask one follow-up question and she falls apart.
How many pairs? Now that Omar asked that question, how many pairs do we have left?
We have 35.
Still. Okay, Jesus, you're getting one of those pairs as well. Okay, La Habra, hold on, all right?
How many?
Vanessa, now how many? We just gave another pair away to Jesus.
33.
No.
Oh my God, what? Wait, guys,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Guys, we've been giving away stuff with this.
Hold on.
Did we ever eat 10,000 tacos?
I don't know. We should check. Got to check that math. Well, she was in charge of the 10,000 taco count. That was a real movement for SoCal, and that whole movement could be flawed.
Really question that whole thing now.
All right, takeaways from today's show. Tomorrow, just join us bright and early, full show, summer hours, and we'll make sure that we get you taken care of for your MyChem tickets as well. All right, takeaways today's show. What do we got?
Okay, let's see. 818, my takeaway is tipsy is another word for grandma.
Yeah.
310, my takeaway is K-Rock has a magic ticket drawer. 310,
we do have a drawer full of tickets, and we got a lot of them, and anyway, that could be yours.
Keep the illusion. 310, my takeaway is Vanessa does a spot on Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, spot on.
213, my takeaway is the quarterback is retiring from the Chargers.
That's right.
310, my takeaway is lock it up, more room for plowing. 818, chirping, butterflies, drive dogs insane. 562, this old biddy loves beer and a book. And 213, my takeaway is Klein Alley Show, bringing boring back.
Hey, that's all we're trying to do. Bring some boring back. Let's go ahead and change the whole narrative on boring. Boring is a good thing.
ああ、それって何やか。うん。そうだね。ああ。I see. So who's not going to be with tomorrow? I have no clue. Well, she's not my first time in the best of the day, or he's out. I would say go for television. I may do Mm.
Good afternoon. How's it going out there, folks? Getting ready to do an update here on this Tuesday. Had some more earthquake activity over there across the Kuril-Kamchatka last night and early this morning as well, so we're going to cover that quite a bit. Also, a little interesting, odd earthquake right in between Hawaii and the West Coast. What's going on with that and the fracture boundary out there, looks like. So we'll check this out here in just a few minutes, getting ready to do an update here on this Tuesday, so stand by. Hey, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Tuesday. It is July 22nd, 2025, 11:30 a.m. California time here. Latest earthquake on the globe shows a 3.0 here across the, just looks like outside of Turkey. Also, some movement there with a 5-pointer coming in around the Philippines. Now, overnight and even this morning, we had some further larger earthquake activity up here across the northern edge here of the Kamchatka Trench. That is off the coast of Russia here. Got quite a bit of movement stirring up out here with a number of decent earthquakes. Now, it does look like maybe they downgraded that 6-pointer there. It was a 6.3, downgrade to a 6.1. Let's see what we got here for the newest magnitude. A couple earthquakes this morning there in the 5 range. 2 5-pointers, actually 3 of them, maybe 4 of them. Quite a bit. Maybe 5 since last night. So a number of 4s and 5s. They did downgrade some of these other magnitudes there that were in the 6 range for some reason. But there's that 6-pointer from yesterday. And again, a number of earthquakes. This brings up the total tally here, specifically in this area, to 143 earthquakes with the main magnitude of a 7.4. Now that is in that major subduction zone here towards the northern end of the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench. This is a super big subduction zone and accumulates quite a bit of strain here in a short amount of time period. That's why we're always seeing larger earthquake activity out here. Just to give you guys a general impression of the general plate movement of the Pacific Plate. Things are heading off here to the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, right here where the arrows are northward. Right about here where the tip of the finger is where the current ongoing swarm is. That is, obviously backed up by pressure from the Pacific Plate, the North American Plate pressure from the north, and not to mention the Eurasia Plate here moving off from the northwest in that general fashion there. So we were always seeing a lot of earthquake activity, a lot of strain building up here with a very high accumulated slip rate. Now, back in 1952, this area did see a 9.0 earthquake. Good possibility that we are seeing something very similar unfold here. I want to show you guys real quick. Now look at this. Just go back over here. I want to show you guys kind of what transpired at first. Right, we had a number of 4s in this area, a couple 5s, and then voila, a big 6.6 hits, right? That was on the 19th. So we thought, well, maybe that's the largest earthquake there. Seen a number of aftershocks there, 5s, even some 4s, and then about 30 minutes later, a 7.4. So maybe that's the main one now. But if you look at all these other earthquakes in the 6 range, we've seen multiple 6s out there, multiple 5s, mini 4s and whatnot. But this here is way too high of a aftershock count in this type of magnitude here. This is very reminiscent of what took place here in 2011. Let me show you guys here real quick. 2011. This is back in March, right? I remember where I was when I heard this. I was at home on the computer here watching everything unfold. Now, okay, so March 8th, 2011, they had a 7.3, very similar, right? And then started seeing that same sequence of events there, 5.7, 5.7, a couple 6s in there, actually mini 6s in there, up until 2 days later when they had a big old 9.1 earthquake. And then, of course, there's going to be lots and lots of 6s, lots of 5s and whatnot, even some 7s in there. There was another 7.9 in that same region. So the energy that is released here from a 9-pointer is so great, it would take 1,000 7-pointers to be the equivalent of a 9.0 earthquake. So it's very eerily similar to what we're seeing here. I know we're past that 2-day period now, but also at the same time, the longer this goes on and continuing to intensify here, the higher possibility that we could see something bigger take place here in terms of large megaquake activity. It may not be up around the 9 range. It could. Anywhere along the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench out here is capable of a 9-pointer. That 9-pointer in 2011 was down here across this area, and that was a big one. Really not too concerned with this area in terms of that type of magnitude, since it's only been a certain amount of time. But up here, quite a bit of time has passed. Other areas here along the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, time has passed as well in terms of megaquake. The last time the megaquake happened out here. So we do have to watch this closely, folks. I mean, I think that's a little bit extraordinarily large aftershock sequence here. That's what leads me to believe that we're going to see something larger here in terms of major pressure release. Just too many aftershocks out there. The latest one shows a 5.1, and I'm sure there's other quakes happening out here. Just the USGS will only show 4.5 and above. Anything below that normally will get reported here on the EMSC model. That's a lot of earthquake activity. There's our middle point boundary there from yesterday, 5-pointer. That is in between the Alaska earthquake activity and the ongoing swarm here off the coast of Russia. No new activity here to report for now across that region. The Alaska area, there's a 4.8. See, there's still a lot of pressurization going on out here, folks. We're not getting these earthquakes because of everything backing off in terms of pressure. We're getting more and more earthquakes because of intensifying pressure out here. Could you imagine? Earthquakes aren't going to happen because things are just steady and slow. They're going to happen when the plates are continually, pressurizing more and more. And as the plate pressurizes more and more in this area, we see elevated earthquake activity. It builds up steam, but in these areas of highly constrained stress like we're seeing up here, they're continuous. And I do think that something bigger is lurking in this area. Not a whole lot happening further down south here. I know there's a couple earthquakes in between the Japan Trench and they got the Nankai Trough right here. I do want to double check that. See if any swarm. No swarms going on. I can already tell here because the numbers up here few and far in between here. It's just an earthquake every few hours or so. We're not seeing that earthquake swarm like we had seen back a couple weeks ago when that was swarming like crazy. Not a lot down across Taiwan either. Most of this is into the Philippines and into the crunch zone. This is just very typical for any given day out here. This is nothing of abnormal activity. What is abnormal is up here. There's another 3-pointer coming into Alaska. A lot going on underneath the Pacific plate here. Look at this oddball earthquake out in between Hawaii and the West Coast. That is a little on the odd side. That leads me to believe here that this whole plate is strained. And the question is, where is the major pressure going to release? I do think it's across here. Let me see. USGS not showing that 4.8. See that? That's in a little fracture boundary out there. If you go to the oceanic crust, there's a number of these fracture zones out here. Let me see. Let's go over to the EMSC model real quick and take a look. Let's see if anybody's reviewed this quake, because that is a strange one. Crazy. The parameters here have been provided by the Germany folks. Thanks. So it does look like this has been reviewed, but I'm wondering why the USGS has not reviewed it. Got Russia reviewing it and issued a quake for this, for 4.8, but nothing here from the USGS. It's a little odd. These guys are reporting for historical seismic activity out here. There is some movement out there historically, I guess. I want to look here real quick. I'm going to get away from this area and see what we got out here. Well, I guess that would be somewhere like right out here. And there's really not anything being reported there as far as 4.5 and above goes. Anyway, if that is a indeed legit earthquake out there, it's an interesting one, because I don't recall the last time we've seen something out there like that in those fracture zones with everything else going on out here across the northern edge of the Pacific Plate. Definitely a whole bunch of strain out here. There is some movement there across the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone from last night. That one 14 miles deep. We're getting a lot of deeper activity here into this region. Again, these are not fracture earthquakes, otherwise they'd be much shallower, but these are 14 miles deep into the Cascadia megathrust zone, which extends underneath this area to the east. The deeper areas extend, obviously well into the Cascades, underneath the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada mountains, here the northern edge. That's why you have volcanoes out here. But there's been a number of deeper quakes here in this area recently, all across the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. So just kind of watching that as well. The Cascadia tremor count was elevated yesterday. I'll show you guys here real quick. Had 257 epicenters of tremor, mainly underneath the central coast here of Oregon, but also a little bit down here across northern California. So as the Juan de Fuca plate here, show you guys, the Juan de Fuca plate as a whole is going to be this plate right here. Now there's quite a bit of different dynamics here that push and move this plate and subduct the plate around. But generally, the overall view here is that this plate is being subducted underneath the North American plate. And there's been a lot of, as I mentioned, a lot of tremor activity down here across northern California, as you can see down here. That appears to be straining areas back upstream towards the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone, resulting in earthquake activity here upstream. So obviously, it's still continuing to build some pressure and steam here for the next big mega quake out here. It's very possible we could see just a fracture here, partial rupture, of the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone, resulting in an 8.4 or so. They do happen, and they happen quite often in between main events. The main event, of course, is a full rupture of the Cascadia, resulting in a 9.0 or a greater earthquake. But in between the events, there are main events, which happen between 250 and I think 500 years. We have the partial ruptures that occur out here. And I've said it for a while, I think we could be seeing a partial rupture here soon, just because of all the tremor activity, a lot of earthquake activity here recently, and more so down across the southern end. Some up here, if you look at the coast range of Oregon, that's pretty shallow though. That one's deep though. That's a 1.1, 15 miles into the subduction zone, 9 miles deep. But not a whole lot happening up here where the all that elevated tremor activity is occurring. But this is pretty much the last spot to really fill in. It seems like we get a lot of areas down south, and then up north, creating my new vocabulary out here. All right. And then eventually the center portion fills in. So if that's the case here, you know, things could get interesting. We just had a recent trimmer event here back in May and June time period there, with quite a bit of trimmer counts being recorded. Let me pull that up and show you guys. Did that cover it all? I think it did. 11,000. No, I think we need to go a little further than that, because April wasn't too much. That extended into June. But anyway, you guys get the concept here. There was quite a bit of trimmer counts down here, mainly across the southern end, some across the northern end, and we're just starting to fill in now across this blank area. You know, just like I was saying, it fills in north and south, and then eventually it fills in across the center portion. And once it can't do it anymore, then we rebound and have a big earthquake out here. But the question is, do we have enough out here for a big mega quake in terms of the full rupture? That you know, was 325 years ago. That's a lot of strain that's built up out here, and we're within that interval range. So we do have to watch this closely, and that's the you know, that's another good question here. Where's my let me see if I can find Cascadia timeline. There's a timeline right here. I'm going to show you guys. Is this the one? Yes, it is. So this is a little interesting article here. I need to bookmark this so I don't have to go searching for it again. This is from Oregon Live. Shows the history here of earthquakes there across the Cascadia subduction zone. They have the average years of 246 years. That's scary because we're past that, way past that. Here's our last one back in 1700, 9.0. Now, if you look in between major events here, right, the magnitude is going to be dependent on rupture. And this is a full rupture resulting in a 8.8. And then sometime later, we had a partial rupture. And then resulting in a full rupture, looks like 68 years later from those two events. Interesting. So, you know, I don't think we're going to see a seismic gap such as this between 6,500 and the year 6,000. It's possible, but if you look, the frequency has been increasing here throughout time. Earthquakes are happening more often without huge seismic gaps there. And in between some of these large events, we do have partial ruptures, but I don't know, maybe we do have enough here for a full rupture out there. That's scary, because that is what will not be good. I mean, even a partial rupture or a full rupture out here is going to be damaging, similar to the 2011 9.1 earthquake out there in Japan, but just out here across the Pacific Northwest. So we do have to watch that, and I definitely am. That's why I try to cover the tremor counts out here. Keep an eye on them, because really, I believe that the tremor map out here shows us and could potentially help us forecast maybe when the next big one will happen. You know, as the tremor counts are kicking up and getting elevated, that's a sign there that the plate is being further pushed underneath the region. This is tremor that occurs about 35, 45 kilometers deep, so it's not at the locked area, which sits offshore here. But if you think about it, this plate, the Juan de Fuca plate, these tremor counts are a sign that this is still further being pushed underneath the area as the North American plate folds, so to speak. This area is folding. That's why you can see this, these belts out here. They're called the fold and thrust belt, if I can find it. Cascadia fold and thrust belt. This area is bending, so to speak. If you had a different layout view, a cross-cut section, you would see that this is folding and bending. When it gets to the point of maximum pressurization, it springs and rebounds back up. At least the locked area does. But, you know, it's rising right now because of that folding. The land is out here, but eventually that's going to let go. The land will drop out here across the coast. That's the other bad thing. a number of feet, and then of course the tsunami that will come in. It sounds like a doom and gloom, but that's realistic out here. This is not make believe or science fiction. It's happened many times in the past. Ask any geologist or seismologist, they know that it can happen again. The question is when, and nobody knows. But I wish that we would have had some type of tremor information here from 1700. That way we could see what was happening maybe years prior to that big one. Was it elevated? Did it become completely quiet for an extended time? What took place? Were there just sections showing up here? Who knows? But that's why I always like to watch this. This is very valuable information, because this is a sign here that the Juan de Fuca plate is further diving underneath this region, further adding stress and strain across the locked area. That's another region here that's, according to the folks here, we're overdue. We're sitting at 325 years. That's just one of many subduction zones that are well overdue, folks. We've been living in some quiet times out here across the West Coast anyway. That may not be the case for much longer, but just got to be prepared. Let's see, the rest of Northern California, Bay Area is pretty quiet. Really nothing to take note of there. Southern California as well. This morning a 2.9, well off the coast there of Long Beach. Pretty shallow earthquake out there, but Southern California here has been a little on the quiet side. I mean, obviously we do have some small microquake activity out here, but it's been a little eerily quiet ever since the movement up north and out west here. Up at Mount Rainier, forgot to cover that. Let's go check this out real quick. A couple more earthquakes being recorded there this morning, it looks like, but let's go see what we have from the PNSN network. We'll go over here to the volcanic seismicity map, Mount Rainier. There we go. Make sure I turn off the bells. I'd hate to do 20 minutes over again here, but if I had to, I'd have to. I've done it before, but I try not to make those mistakes all that often there. Number of earthquakes, we're at 898 earthquakes. That's what these guys are reporting. The USGS reporting about 951 earthquakes up there across the summit area. We're up to the current time period here of 722, which would be right here. The counts are dying off, obviously, getting less and less earthquake activity. And man, what a swarm, huh? 900 plus events. That is crazy. Let me see if there's anything on the seismograph station here. These guys have been doing a pretty good job here reporting even all the smaller quakes. I do like that. But for the ones, that are not located, there's going to be a couple hundred more, such as these very small ones. See, this is right now to 11, almost noon, and they reported 3 of them. They're probably only counting the larger ones here, but there's still many others in between these little small ones that are not locatable, is what they say anyway. But there's still quite a few small ones out there. So we'll continue to watch that. Nothing changed though in terms of any elevated activity. No GPS displacements as far as inflation goes. Yellowstone National Park up here, still waiting on this site to get fixed here. This, I'm sure quite a few folks do use it. It's called isthisthingon.org. It's normally a really cool layout of the seismograph stations. Let me show you what it used to look like. Right here, right? It'd be it's a cool layout of Yellowstone supervolcano, the caldera there in the black, and other areas locally. And on this type of view, it gives you a good impression of earthquakes and when they happen out here, or maybe if a certain area is having a little swarm, microquake swarm, which is not being picked up across the area, means that these are very small quakes. But such as this earthquake, for example, that showed up across numerous seismograph stations, indicating that's a legit earthquake. And I don't know what that was. It actually showed up over here. I think it was close to a 3-pointer. But it's offline. the stations there with the University of Utah, and maybe I don't think I'm doing anything wrong here. When you go over here to their site, let's just gotta go back here to the station map. They got many different seismograph stations out here. Let me, for example, check this one around Salt Lake City. I want to see here if they're toned down as well. See, that's the thing. Something's going on with their site. It shouldn't take that long. This is definitely not an upgrade. This is a downgrade if they're doing some type of adjustment. Yellowstone up here. We'll check out. I mean, these should work, but they're not. So, yeah, there's no way it should take this long. It just sits there and spins like it's an open window to my computer. So I don't like that. Definitely weird. What can I do? Let's just hope here that they're actually being transparent with in terms of the earthquake activity that is happening out here. They are reporting some of the smaller quakes out there across West Yellowstone, so that's good. Nothing large being reported out there for now. Texas oil fields, same thing, just nothing new out there. Earthquakes, right? 30 days of earthquake activity in this area alone shows 806 earthquakes. Oil fields and earthquakes, yes, they go hand in hand. New Madrid seismic zone from last night, little two-pointer out around Dexter, Missouri. And also over here across New York area, getting a little swarm going on. Showed you guys this here a day or so ago. What are we up to? 6 earthquakes now? Yeah, this area here is capable of seeing some larger movement. There's a U.S. hazard map, probably about mid-5 range. This is that same area here that had that 4.8 a number of, was it last year or the year before? So maybe a little bit of, I guess if you want to call it aftershock activity, or maybe just increasing pressure out here across the regions. Just nothing big for now, but normally you don't see 6 or 7 earthquakes there in a week time period. There's another earthquake up at Mount Rainier right now in the red circle, little 0.3. All right, let's see what else we got here for worldwide activity. I know New Zealand was popping off a little bit last night with a number of 4s. I don't see any newer activity down here, but that's been super busy down here. The Alpine Fault area definitely needs to be on guard there because a lot of time has passed. I think it was in the year 1700 or so, the last big one that happened out here. So a lot of time has passed for many different regions. Middle America Trench, nothing new. This is very typical on any given day. South America, quite a few earthquakes down there, but this, again, a major subduction zone. And nothing big, just some 3s and 4s. A little bit of activity stirring up here in the Atlantic, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. That could potentially further escalate the plates out here. It seems like it's where it all starts out here. Once things get going here, it pushes all the plates all over the place and start shuffling them around and building up strain. A little bit of swarming going on out there across the Greece area, it looks like. 4.7 and a 3.7, nothing big. You have a little bit of movement off of the plate boundary there. Let's see here. Check out Alaska real quick, see if there's any newer movement. A little bit up around the Cook Inlet area, 3-pointer. No new movement here across that subduction zone to the east of the ongoing swarm, which is dying off, but this area over here is increasing. Still got to watch that though. We'll see what happens. It may not be 2 days exactly. It could be up to a week or so. These could all be foreshocks, and we could see a mega quake here, within a week's time period. It so happens there in 2011 it was about 2 days there of a similar swarm before we seen the big 9.1 that took place here. Right now there's just there's that 4.5 from yesterday, but again, I'm really not too concerned with this area. I'm more concerned with the Crocam Chatcut Trench. The Big Island of Hawaii, I know the eruption there is over. I think it ended yesterday, if I remember right. Really haven't covered the Hawaii stuff because it's been so busy with earthquake activity. We will check go up here to the summit cam real quick, take a little look. Volcanic gases out there. It actually looks quite moist out there with these clouds. Well, moisture, condensation there popping up. No signs of an eruption. I don't expect any eruption until we get some further supply and build up down below. Nothing new. This is the inflation chart past month. Here's our most recent eruption that lasted for a short time. Now we're way down here. Depletion, right? Now we're going back up with inflation. That's what's happened since December. I think we'll be waiting on number 30, right?
Gonna eat lunch today sometime?
30,
Yeah.
repeat.
Okay.
Goodness.
Sometime today.
I need me a flight
You
ticket
gotta
out to
sweep up your
Hawaii a
rest in
couple
front of
nights
the,
there.
cupboard.
And that would be awesome
Good.
to document.
All your
Because
chips and
in
crackers
this type
and
of setup, you can
crackers.
pretty much guess when it's going to happen as far as the eruption goes, so you can be there in person to film it. Pretty neat. Anyway, I'll have to wait on that, put that on the back burner. Space weather activity real quick. See if we got anything cooking out here in the sun. Not a whole lot. Got some sea flare activity, but things are fairly mellow out here. In terms of, solar flare activity. There's coronal hole number 66, scooting on further to the west side here of the sun. Nothing behind that in terms of any further coronal holes. We do have a number of sunspots out here. Quite a few actually, but let's see what we got here for complexity models. This one's dying off like crazy. Same for this one, and same for this one here, getting a clear cut between these two cores. That not a good sign. That means it's going to further degrade, and we're left with goodness, left with a whole lot of nothingness. I don't see anything out here that's capable of any stronger flaring, so the threat has dropped. 35% chance for M flare, X flare probably should be at 1%, but maybe he hasn't got to it yet. A little sliver of a moon out there, 7%. There is potentially maybe a G1 storm coming up. Looks like maybe tonight here. That's from the high-speed solar wind stream with that coronal hole that was facing us there yesterday and the day before. So just going to be a little quick glance there at some high-speed solar wind stream, but really not expecting much in terms of any dramatic aurora activity. Quick glance here at any close approach asteroids from the NASA website. See if they're working. I hope they are. Make sure I'm working. All right, millions of miles. This one's pretty close though. 210-foot airplane size asteroid, but that's well outside the Earth-Moon distance. Everything else are millions of miles away for the those rocks, asteroids. Not a whole lot of severe weather in the forecast for now. We do have a little slight risk up across the Dakotas, and we got some wind, some hail, a little bit of tornado threat there. Main threat looks to be some damaging hail out here associated with those thunderstorms. So, but nothing big in the forecast for now. Just kind of keep an eye here on the earthquake activity. Kind of see what happens here, and go. Probably should keep Alaska right there. These are my seismograph stations here that I monitor quite a bit. We've got Alaska, Anza, that's down there in Southern California. This is up at Mount Rainier. Taiwan, Kagoshima, that's off the Nankai Trough. New Zealand, another Japan station, and then Petrolia there in Northern California. They come offline they go offline for 20 or 30 seconds, and then they come back on. I don't know why it does it, but I've tried everything to fix it. It's what it's doing. A couple more earthquakes down here since I've been doing the update. Actually, 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Nothing big, just a couple smaller earthquakes there in the red circles. Anyway, we'll watch it today, folks. See what happens. Just got to be prepared. I'll catch you guys out here a little bit later on this evening for the Tuesday night update. Have a good one. Make sure the bells are back on, which they are. We'll catch you guys out here a little bit later.
I'm all sitting there. I'm always go back. Yeah. know what the fuck. I know his face. Not in the reach. I did that indeed. I know, I'm lucky. This is no fucking because I know I was. Okay. See, even better, we got to see. Yeah. That's going to do that for me. Right. I'm taking that into very hard space. If you say emotions told me anyways, take one little bit from just sit up in this dancing around clean little babies. All these issues. All the issues. See, she's over there. I don't know. You're tired. Nice how I get home rest. Oh, she's frustrated. I got all his. I know I have now. Crazy. You know what you mean. Power, insanity, money. Oh boy, I got it back. He's gonna be in. If you want your book, I'll be there. Max.